Welcome to Sleep Softly, a channel where timeless stories, gentle narration, and quiet atmospheres help you drift into rest. Before we begin tonight's tale, I'd love to know, where are you listening from? Share it in the comments below. It's always wonderful to see our little community stretching across the world. Now it's time to get comfortable. Settle into your bed or favourite chair. Close your eyes, take a slow, deep breath, and let the day melt away. Allow my voice to carry you softly into sleep, to a place where imagination flows and dreams begin. Beneath the solemn veil of a late autumn evening, the streets of Bishopsgate lay shrouded in a thick, oppressive fog that seemed to rise up from the very cobblestones beneath, as if the very earth itself was exhaling a long-held breath into the chill of the air. The fog, in its all-encompassing embrace, wound its tendrils around the gas lamps that lined the street, their dim halos glowing like ghostly moons, struggling valiantly against the encroaching darkness. Each lamp cast a circle of pale, flickering light, a lonely sentinel in the gloom, their feeble beams swallowed almost entirely by the murky, swirling mist that held the city captive. The air was heavy with the dampness of the fog, which clung tenaciously to the walls of the buildings, rendering their outlines indistinct and blurred, much as one might imagine the blurred lines of a half-remembered dream. The cobblestones, slick with moisture, reflected the dim light of the gas lamps, creating a mosaic of shimmering patterns, where the footsteps of those brave enough to venture out echoed softly, as if the city itself were whispering secrets to the night. The echoes seemed to merge with the distant, muffled tolling of a church bell, its peals softened by the fog, transforming into a gentle lullaby for the weary souls who wandered beneath its sound. In this spectral landscape, where the boundary between the real and the imagined seemed to dissolve, there was but one shop window that dared to defy the enveloping darkness. It was the window of the Undertaker's establishment, its panes aglow with a soft, welcoming light that spilled out onto the pavement, casting long shadows that danced and swayed in the mist, as if to the rhythm of some unspoken melody. The gentle illumination revealed the sombre displays within, polished mahogany coffins, their surfaces gleaming like dark mirrors, delicate wreaths of white lilies, their petals as pale as moonlight, and heavy drapes of black velvet, hanging with the weight of countless unspoken farewells. This solitary beacon of light seemed to breathe an air of solemnity and quiet dignity into the scene, as if the world, in its ceaseless turning, had paused for a moment to pay its respects to those who had passed beyond its reach. The shop itself, an edifice of faded brick and weathered stone, stood resolute amidst the swirling fog, its facade a testament to the weight of history and the passage of time. The sign above the door, with its elegantly scripted letters, proclaimed the establishment's purpose to the world, yet the fog, in its mischievous caprice, blurred the words, rendering them almost indecipherable to the casual observer. The street, usually a bustling artery of commerce and life, now seemed to hold its breath in reverent silence. The clatter of carriage wheels and the cries of street vendors muted to a distant murmur, as if the city itself had retreated into a quiet contemplation. The occasional passer-by, their forms indistinct in the fog, moved with a slow, deliberate grace, their footsteps a gentle counterpoint to the rhythmic tolling of the bell, echoing softly in the stillness. Each figure seemed to glide through the mist, enveloped in a cloak of solitude, their thoughts their own, as they navigated the spectral landscape with a sense of purpose known only to themselves. And so, the fog, in its infinite patience, continued its inexorable descent upon Bishopsgate, wrapping the city in a gentle embrace, muffling the sounds of life, and lending an air of mystery and enchantment to the night. The world, for a moment, seemed to pause, as if to listen to the whispers of the past, carried on the wings of the mist, and to reflect upon the transient nature of life itself, as seen through the dim light of the undertaker's window. As the night deepened and the fog thickened, the street remained a silent witness to the passage of time, its secrets hidden beneath layers of mist and shadow. Yet, within this quietude, there was a sense of peace, a gentle acceptance of the inevitable cycles of life and death, as the city, cloaked in its foggy shroud, continued its eternal vigil beneath the ghostly light of the gas lamps. Inside the dimly lit confines of the modest establishment in Bishopsgate, the undertaker Silas Ward tended to his solemn duties with a quiet diligence that spoke less of morbid fascination and more of a reverent respect for the inevitable end that awaits all living things. The air within the shop was thick with the mingled scents of polished wood and melted wax, an aroma both comforting and sombre, a testament to the steady hand of Mr. Ward, who, in the absence of any clientele, busied himself with the meticulous task of polishing a brass nameplate. The rhythmic motion of his cloth against the metal was like the pendulum of a grandfather clock, steady and measured, marking not the passage of hours, but rather the continuity of care with which he approached his craft. Around him, the shop was a realm unto itself, a sanctuary of silence punctuated only by the faint ticking of a clock that had long since abandoned any allegiance to the actual hour. It ticked away in its own peculiar rhythm, a companion to Mr. Ward's own unhurried pace, its hands circling aimlessly as if to affirm that time, within these walls, was but a gentle river flowing without urgency. The coffins, polished to a sheen and lined in sombre silks, lay in quiet repose, awaiting their inevitable occupants with a patience that rivaled time itself. Here, beneath the soft glow of candle stubs that flickered like whispering spirits, the very atmosphere seemed to exhale a gentle sigh, as if the room itself were engaged in a perpetual prayer for the souls it would one day guide to their final rest. Outside, the world carried on with its relentless march, yet within the shop there was a hush, a reverent acknowledgement of life's delicate balance. The fog pressed against the windows, a spectral presence that blurred the boundary between the living and the departed, as if to remind all who entered that the veil between this world and the next was not so thick as one might believe. Gaslight from the street outside seeped through the glass, casting elongated shadows that danced upon the walls, rendering the space both intimate and infinite, a place where the weight of eternity could be felt in every breath and every quiet footfall. Silas Ward, with his eyes cast downwards, was a man of few words, yet his actions spoke volumes of his character, steady, reliable, and imbued with a sense of duty that transcended the mere transaction of commerce. His hands, calloused yet gentle, moved with a care that belied the stern exterior he presented to the world. He was, in his quiet way, a shepherd of sorts, guiding those who could no longer guide themselves, and offering solace to the living in the form of a dignified departure of their loved ones. The nameplate, now gleaming in the candlelight, bore witness to his efforts, reflecting the flickering flames in a dance of light that seemed almost alive. It was a small, yet significant part of his work, this attention to detail, this commitment to preserving dignity even in the face of death's finality. Around him, the echoes of his polishing filled the room, a soft, rhythmic accompaniment to the ticking clock, each sound a reminder of a life's inexorable progression. The shop, though filled with the trappings of mortality, was not a place of despair, but rather a testament to the enduring nature of remembrance, where each coffin, each candle stub, told stories of lives lived and loved, of moments cherished and now immortalized in memory. As Silas Ward finished his work, he placed the polished nameplate upon a shelf with a careful touch, his movements deliberate and unhurried, as if to prolong the serenity that enveloped him. The fog outside continued its silent vigil, an ever-present shroud that softened the edges of the world beyond, and within the shop, the gentle echoes of the clock and the lingering warmth of candlelight wove together a tapestry of peace, a fitting backdrop for the watchful Undertaker of Bishopsgate. Amidst this hushed serenity, the Undertaker, a man of solemn duty and quiet reflection, reached for the thick, leather-bound ledger that lay upon his desk, its dark cover modestly gleaming in the soft glow of the candlelight. It was an object of considerable weight, both in its physical presence and the gravity of its contents, for within its pages were inscribed the names of those who had passed through the veil that separates this world from the next. Each name, written with careful precision in a hand steady from years of practice, was accompanied by the dates that marked the boundaries of a life, birth and passing, the alpha and omega of existence, recorded in this sombre tome. With a gentle sigh, he opened the ledger, the pages rustling softly as if whispering secrets of the departed. The names within were not merely ink upon paper, they were echoes of lives lived, stories untold, and memories cherished by those left behind. As he ran his finger along the neat rows of meticulously penned entries, he could not help but reflect upon the solemn duty that lay before him, a duty that felt as much a benediction as a burden. In each line, he saw not only the inevitability of human frailty, but also the enduring dignity of life, a dignity that he was charged with honouring in death. The fog outside, persistent and enveloping, seemed to seep into the very fabric of the night, its presence a constant reminder of the mysteries that lay beyond human comprehension. It was an apt companion to the ledger's contents, for just as the fog obscured the world beyond the window, so did the ledger contain within its pages the final mysteries of those who had departed. Yet, within this obscurity, there was a quiet assurance, a gentle acceptance of the natural order of things, much like the fog's unyielding embrace of the city streets, softening the harsh edges and blurring the boundaries between here and there. As he turned the pages, the Undertaker pondered the lives behind the names, those who had walked the cobbled streets of Bishopsgate, who had lived and loved, who had known joy and sorrow in equal measure. Each entry was a testament to the shared human experience, the inevitable march of time that binds us all in its relentless progression. And yet, in this ledger, there was a certain solace, a reminder that though life is fleeting, it is not without meaning, for in the careful recording of these lives, there was a recognition of their worth, a reverence for the paths they had trodden. The candle flickered gently, casting a warm glow upon the pages, illuminating the names in a light that was at once both tender and transient. It was a light that seemed to speak of hope, of continuity, of the unbroken chain that links the past to the present and the present to the future. In this quiet moment, the Undertaker felt a profound connection to the lives he chronicled, a sense of shared humanity that transcended the boundaries of time and space. And so, as he closed the ledger, its weight a familiar comfort in his hands, he felt a deep peace settle over him, a peace born of the knowledge that he played a small yet significant role in the eternal cycle of life and death. The fog outside continued to cloak the city in its gentle embrace, the lamps along the street casting their soft light through the mist, creating a tableau of tranquillity that seemed to echo the quietude within his heart. The clock chimed softly in the corner, its steady tick a reminder that time, though fleeting, is ever present, marking the moments of our lives with gentle precision. The fog, that most persistent of London companions, lingered with unyielding tenacity, weaving its damp tapestry around the cobbled streets of Bishopsgate, where the gaslights flickered in solemn rhythm, casting their golden glow upon the glistening stones below. The chill in the air whispered through the narrow alleys, a gentle reminder of the autumn's encroaching grasp, as the city, swaddled in its veil of vapour, seemed to breathe with a slow, contemplative sigh. Within the confines of the Undertaker's humble abode, the quietude was profound, a serene contrast to the bustling world beyond the windows. The room, modestly furnished yet imbued with a sense of dignified purpose, held the faint aroma of polished wood mingled with the lingering scent of beeswax candles, their flames swaying ever so slightly in the air's faintest stirrings. The clock, with its wooden case worn smooth by time's passage, continued its dutiful march, each tick a gentle nudge towards the inevitability of the future. It was amidst this tranquil setting that a sudden sound disrupted the calm, an abrupt knock at the door that seemed to resonate through the very bones of the house, causing the shadows to flicker and dance as if startled into life. The knock, sharp and insistent, pierced the quietude with a clarity that drew the Undertaker from his reverie, prompting a moment of stillness before he rose to attend to this unexpected visitor. Upon opening the door, the figure of a messenger boy emerged from the fog, his form outlined by the dim glow of the street's lamps. He was a slight, shivering presence, his cheeks tinged with the pallor of cold, though his eyes held a certain earnestness, a determination that belied his youthful countenance. The boy, clad in a threadbare coat that offered little protection against the evening's chill, extended a gloved hand, offering an envelope that bore the distinguished crest of St. Botolph's Church. "Sir," the boy began, his voice tremulous yet earnest, "a message from the church, requesting your services before the dawn's first light." There was a simplicity in his manner, a straightforwardness that bespoke of countless such deliveries made under myriad circumstances, though perhaps none so solemn as this. The Undertaker, with a nod of acknowledgment, took the envelope, its weight both literal and metaphorical, for within its confines lay a request that pertained to matters of life's final passage. He paused, the paper cool to the touch, before carefully breaking the seal and unfolding the letter, his eyes scanning the neatly penned lines that conveyed their sombre missive. The document, succinct yet formal, spoke of a burial to be conducted with due haste, a ceremony to be performed in the stillness that precedes dawn, when the world is yet to stir from its slumber. It was a task both familiar and grave, one that called upon his skills with an urgency that was tempered by the respect owed to the departed. As he absorbed the contents of the letter, the boy shifted his weight from foot to foot, his youthful impatience tempered by the chill that seeped through his worn boots. "Will there be a reply, sir?" he inquired, his voice a mere whisper against the backdrop of the fog's hushed embrace. The undertaker, with a gentle smile that spoke of understanding and gratitude, assured the boy that no further communication was necessary, that he would attend to the matter with the solemnity it deserved. "You have done well, my lad," he added, reaching into his pocket to press a coin into the boy's hand, a small token of appreciation for his service on such a frigid night. With a nod of thanks, the messenger boy departed, his footsteps echoing softly upon the cobblestones as he vanished once more into the fog, leaving behind a lingering sense of purpose within the confines of the undertaker's abode. The door closed gently, sealing the warmth within as the undertaker returned to his seat, the letter resting upon the table as a reminder of the night's solemn duty. Thus, the quiet resumed its reign, the clocks ticking a steady accompaniment to the thoughts that now occupied his mind, thoughts of duty, of reverence, and of the eternal cycle of life and death that he, in his chosen vocation, had come to know so intimately. The fog outside continued its gentle caress of the city, the lamps casting their soft, unwavering light as the night unfolded its mysteries, inviting contemplation and reflection. In the hushed sanctum of his modest office, a place where the shadows seemed to lean in closer, as if to listen to the secrets whispered only by the night, the Undertaker of Bishopsgate sat in solitary communion with the tasks that were his by solemn vocation. The room, dimly lit by the flickering candle that bravely held its own against the encroaching darkness, seemed a cocoon of warmth amidst the chill that had settled like a spectral shroud over the city. The fog, a spectral blanket that had descended with quiet inevitability, wrapped the world beyond in its nebulous embrace, muffling the sounds of life and softening the harsh lines of reality into something more tender, more forgiving. Upon the desk, a solitary letter awaited his attention, its seal unbroken, a testament to secrets yet undisclosed. The flame of the candle danced with an almost mischievous energy, casting a play of light and shadow across the walls, a silent pantomime that seemed to echo the deeper mysteries of existence itself. With a deliberation born of habit and a touch of reverence, he reached for the letter, his fingers brushing against the wax seal that held it closed. It was a small thing, this seal, yet it bore the weight of finality, of destiny, and of the irrevocable passage of time. As the seal broke with a soft, almost imperceptible crack, the paper unfolded like the petals of a flower reluctantly yielding to the dawn. The flickering light played across the page, illuminating the words that lay there with a pale, ghostly glow. And there, inscribed in an elegant hand, were the words that would momentarily still his heart and send a chill, neither from the fog nor the night, coursing through his veins. The late Silas Ward. For a moment he sat in stunned disbelief, the letters blurring before his eyes as if he had stumbled upon some jest of cosmic proportions, a trick played by fate upon the unwary. Silas Ward, a name not unfamiliar, not distant, but rather one that had passed through his thoughts with the regularity of an old acquaintance. A man whose path, it seemed, had now reached its inevitable conclusion, leaving behind the faintest of echoes in the world he had departed. The Undertaker, accustomed as he was to the rhythms of departure and the soft cadence of farewells, felt the weight of the name settle upon him with unexpected gravity. Outside, the fog continued its silent vigil, weaving through the streets with a languid grace, embracing the city in an ethereal hug that was both comforting and isolating. The lamps, steadfast in their duty, cast their gentle glow upon cobbled paths where footsteps, long since faded, had once trodden. It was a scene he knew well, a tableau both timeless and transient, where the living and the departed mingled in a dance as old as time itself. And so, with a sigh that was part resignation, part acceptance, he laid the letter aside, its message now absorbed into the tapestry of his thoughts, woven into the fabric of his understanding of life's delicate balance. The name of Silas Ward would soon join those others who had passed through his hands and heart, each one a story in itself, a chapter in the great ledger of humanity that he, in his quiet way, helped to inscribe. The candle flickered once more, its light wavering as if in sympathy with the emotions that stirred within him, casting shadows that danced and played across the room in a silent ballet of light and dark. The fog, ever present, seemed to press closer, its tendrils reaching through the cracks and crevices to touch upon all that lay within. And in that moment, as the night deepened and the world outside grew ever more indistinct, he found himself not alone, but rather in the company of memories and reflections of lives lived and loves lost, all bound together in the gentle embrace of time. Thus, with the letter resting quietly upon the desk, the Undertaker of Bishopsgate sat back, allowing the fog and the flickering lamplight to lull him into a state of calm contemplation. The city, swathed in its misty shroud, seemed to breathe with him, its pulse a gentle reminder of the ceaseless cycle of life and death, of beginnings and endings that came and went like the tides, eternal and unyielding. The room was dimly lit by the wavering glow of the gaslight, casting shadows that danced upon the walls like phantoms of bygone ages, their spectral forms whispering secrets only the walls themselves could comprehend. The fog, that ever-present companion of the London streets, seeped through the cracks around the window panes, mingling with the warm breath of the room and transforming the air into a thick, tangible presence that clung to the skin like a cold, damp embrace. The Undertaker, a solitary figure amidst this ethereal haze, turned his gaze toward the venerable church register, its leather-bound cover worn smooth by the passage of countless hands over the years, a silent testament to the many lives it had recorded within its pages. As he opened the register, The faint creak of the spine echoed in the stillness, a sound as familiar to him as the tolling of the church bell that marked the passage of every hour. The pages, yellowed with age, and inscribed with the careful script of those who had come before, seemed to hold the weight of history within their fragile folds. The undertaker's finger traced the lines with a deliberate slowness, his eyes searching for the entry that had brought him to this moment of introspection and doubt. There it was, inscribed in ink that had long since faded to a dusky grey, the name that was his own, and beside it, the date that was tonight. An odd sensation stirred within him, akin to the strange disquiet one might feel upon encountering a reflection of oneself in a mirror, only to find that the face staring back is not quite one's own. It was a moment suspended in time, where disbelief and duty wrestled quietly within his breast, each vying for precedence without ever truly breaking the surface of his outward composure. The fog outside pressed closer against the glass, as if it sought to peer in and witness the silent turmoil that unfolded within. The city beyond was a distant murmur, a low hum of life that ebbed and flowed with the rhythm of the streets. Yet here, in this sanctum of solemnity, the world felt hushed, as though it, too, pondered the mysteries of existence. The undertaker, his brow furrowed in contemplation, could feel the weight of his own mortality more keenly than ever, a reminder that life was but a fleeting passage, a brief flicker in the grand tapestry of time. Perhaps it was the stillness of the room, or the gentle flicker of the lamplight that cast its soft glow upon the pages, but the undertaker found himself drifting into a reverie, his thoughts wandering along paths of memory and reflection. He recalled with a certain fondness the many faces that had passed through his hands, each one a story, a life lived with its own joys and sorrows, its own beginnings and endings. There was a comfort in the familiarity of his work, a quiet dignity in the knowledge that he was a keeper of tales, a chronicler of those who had come and gone, his own life entwined with theirs in a tapestry of shared humanity. Yet tonight, the name in the register seemed to hold a different significance, a reminder that even the chronicler must one day become part of the story. The thought was both unsettling and oddly reassuring, for it spoke to the inexorable truth that all things must come to an end, that the cycle of life and death was as natural as the turning of the seasons, as constant as the river that flowed beneath the bridges of the city. The lamplight flickered once more, casting shadows that danced anew across the walls, and the undertaker, with a deep breath, closed the register gently, as though he feared to disturb the quietude that had settled over the room. He sat back, allowing the fog and the flickering light to weave their calming spell upon him, his heart slowing to match the measured beat of the city's pulse, the rhythm of life that connected him to all that was and all that would ever be. In that moment, the undertaker understood that doubt was but a natural companion to belief, that the two were intertwined like the fog and the light, each illuminating the other, each offering its own quiet solace. And with this understanding, he found peace, a gentle acceptance of the role he played in the vast, unknowable expanse of time. The fog outside thickened, its embrace a familiar comfort as the world beyond continued its ceaseless dance. the echoes of footsteps upon the cobblestones a distant lullaby that carried him ever deeper into the quietude of the night. In the dimly lit confines of his modest workshop, the Undertaker of Bishopsgate moved with a rhythmic precision that spoke not of urgency, but of an unhurried familiarity bred through countless repetitions of the same solemn task. Here, in this sanctuary of quiet labour, time seemed to waver and dissolve, as if the very air held its breath in deference to the gravity of the proceedings. The gaslight flickered gently, casting a golden hue upon the polished wood of the coffin, which lay upon the workbench like a sombre sentinel awaiting its final purpose, its surface smooth and unblemished, reflecting the care with which it had been crafted. With a steady hand, the undertaker took up his measuring tape, its well-worn fabric a testament to years of service, and draped it lovingly over the length of the coffin. His movements were deliberate, unhurried, as if each measurement were a sacred ritual, a silent communion between the craftsman and his creation. The numbers whispered their secrets to him, and he recorded them with a meticulous precision that was both comforting and necessary. For in these numbers lay the assurance that all was as it should be, that the body it would one day hold would find its final repose in perfect harmony with the vessel crafted to contain it. Outside, the fog clung to the cobblestones with the tenacity that blurred the edges of reality, creating an ethereal tapestry through which the gaslights glowed like distant stars, their light diffused and softened by the mist. The echoes of distant voices, muted and indistinct, wove through the fog like threads of a forgotten melody, a reminder that life continued unabated, even as he laboured in quiet solitude. Yet, within the confines of his workshop, the world felt suspended, caught in a gentle pause that allowed him to lose himself in the comforting routine of his work. He turned his attention to the sandpaper, its rough surface a tactile reminder of the transformation it would wrought upon the wood. With long, sweeping strokes, he smoothed the edges, coaxing the grain to life beneath his fingers, the subtle fragrance of sawdust mingling with the faint scent of varnish in the air. Each stroke was a meditation, a means of connecting the tangible with the intangible, the physical act of sanding becoming a conduit for reflection. Here, in this simple task, he found a quiet solace, a gentle acceptance of the role he played in the vast, unknowable expanse of time. The fog outside thickened, its embrace a familiar comfort as the world beyond continued its ceaseless dance. The echoes of footsteps upon the cobblestones a distant lullaby that carried him ever deeper into the quietude of the night. And still he worked, his hands deftly lining the interior of the coffin with soft, luxurious fabric, its texture a stark contrast to the hard wood it covered. The act held a tenderness, a reverence, as though he were preparing a bed for a long-anticipated guest, ensuring that all was inviting and serene for the journey to come. As he smoothed the fabric into place, the rhythm of his movements became a balm, an unspoken refrain that echoed the timeless rhythm of life and death, an ebb and flow as old as time itself. The fog, in its gentle persistence, wrapped the night in a shroud of mystery, muffling the world beyond and cocooning him in a space where time seemed to lose its meaning, where the past and present intertwined in a seamless tapestry. With each task completed, he felt the weight of the day lift, replaced by a quiet satisfaction that came from knowing he had fulfilled his duty, that he had honoured the sacred trust placed in his hands, and as the final piece of fabric was tucked into place, he stepped back, regarding his work with a contemplative eye, the lines and curves of the coffin speaking to him in a language of their own, a silent testament to the craftsmanship and care that had gone into its making. The fog, ever present, seemed to soften the edges of reality, its tendrils weaving through the night like a gentle caress, inviting reflection and introspection. And in this moment he found peace, a gentle acceptance of the role he played in the vast, unknowable expanse of time. The echoes of the cobblestones continued their distant lullaby, a measured accompaniment to the rhythmic beating of his heart as the night deepened and the world outside slipped quietly into slumber. In the quietude of his workshop, beneath the soft glow of a solitary gas lamp that flickered with a kind of delicate persistence against the encroaching darkness, the Undertaker of Bishopsgate turned his attention to the smooth, polished surface of the coffin before him. It was an evening like many others, wrapped in the familiar embrace of London's fog, which seeped through the cracks of the old building with a silent, ghostly presence, and lingered in the corners as if it had come to bear witness to his solitary craft. As he worked, his hands moving with a deftness born of long years of practice, he began to notice faint marks upon the wood, almost imperceptible in the dim light. Yet there they were, initials, lovingly carved by a hand long vanished from this world. The initials, intertwined and entwined, spoke of a time when the world was different, and he could not help but pause. The chisel in his hand arrested mid-stroke, as memories surged unbidden from the recesses of his mind. They were the initials of a boy, Thomas, an apprentice full of youthful enthusiasm and untamed energy, who had once inhabited this very space with laughter and questions and a boundless curiosity that seemed to know no bounds, like the endless fog that cloaked the city outside. Thomas had been a lad of singular spirit, whose presence had illuminated the workshop as brightly as any gas lamp, and whose absence now cast a long shadow that seemed to stretch into every corner, filling the silence with its weight. As the undertaker traced the initials with a gentle, reverent touch, he recalled the boy's first day, when he had stood in the doorway, eyes wide with a mixture of awe and apprehension, gazing upon the tools of the trade with the same reverence one might reserve for relics of an ancient past. He had been eager to learn, to soak up knowledge with a voraciousness that was as endearing as it was relentless, and there had been many a day when the two of them worked side by side, the elder imparting wisdom with measured patience, the younger absorbing it all with the keen intelligence of youth. The memory of those days rose like a candle flame in the dark, flickering with warmth and brightness, casting its light upon moments shared, conversations exchanged, the camaraderie of master and apprentice, a bond forged in the rhythm of saw and chisel, in the quiet understanding of their shared craft. The undertaker could almost hear Thomas's voice, its youthful timbre echoing softly in the wood grain, as if the boy's spirit lingered there, woven into the very fabric of the workshop, as much a part of it as the tools and the wood and the ever-present fog. In the stillness, he allowed himself to dwell on that memory, to hold it close for a moment longer, before setting it gently aside, like placing a cherished object upon a shelf to be revisited at a later time. The initials, though faint, were a testament to a life once lived, a life that had intersected with his own in ways both profound and simple, leaving behind a trace that time could not erase. As the night deepened, and the world outside seemed to retreat further into its shrouded slumber, the undertaker returned to his work with a renewed sense of purpose, his movements slow and deliberate, as if guided by the unseen hand of memory itself. The echoes of his tools reverberated gently through the workshop, mingling with the distant hum of the city, a soft symphony that underscored the timeless nature of his craft. In this quiet sanctuary, where the past and present intertwined with the same inevitability as the fog that crept along the streets, the undertaker found solace in the familiar routine, in the knowledge that his work, though humble, held a certain dignity and grace. It was a task that connected him to those who had come before and those who would come after, a thread in the vast tapestry of life and death, woven with care and compassion. And so, as the gas lamp flickered and the fog whispered against the windows, he continued to labour, the initials upon the wood serving as a gentle reminder of the boy who had once been, and who, in some small way, remained, a presence as enduring as the wood grain itself, etched into the memory of the workshop and into the heart of the Undertaker of Bishopsgate. As the hour grew late and the shadows lengthened across the cobblestone streets of Bishopsgate, the undertaker found himself beset by an unwelcome visitor, memory, that persistent spectre which, like the fog that clung so tenaciously to London's alleys, enveloped him in its misty embrace. It was a memory of a young lad, an eager apprentice whose presence had once filled the workshop with the innocent enthusiasm of youth, a bright spark against the sombre backdrop of his trade. The boy's face, so full of earnestness and expectation, hovered in the undertaker's mind, his eyes wide with the hunger for learning, his hands deft and willing, as if guided by an innate understanding of the solemn craft they were destined to master. The night of the accident loomed large, a grim tableau etched indelibly into the recesses of his conscience. The workshop had been alive with the flickering dance of candlelight, the air heavy with the scent of polished wood and warming varnish. The young apprentice, in his youthful exuberance, had been eager to prove himself, his small hands moving with a confidence that belied his years. Yet, in a moment of youthful oversight, a misstep led to a cascade of events that would alter the course of both their lives. The clatter of tools, the sharp intake of breath, the sudden, chilling silence. These were the sounds that haunted the undertaker in his solitude, echoes that reverberated through the quietude of his workshop long after the dust had settled. Pride, that insidious vice, had wrapped itself around the undertaker's heart like the tendrils of the very fog that swirled outside. His response to the boy's accident had been cold, detached, a mask of sternness donned to preserve the dignity of his station, to maintain the illusion of infallibility that he believed was his due. He had chastised the boy with words that cut sharper than any blade, words that had driven a wedge between mentor and apprentice, leaving the young lad to nurse his wounds in silence and solitude. And so, the boy had departed, his departure as silent as his presence had been vibrant, leaving behind only the faint echoes of unfulfilled promise. Guilt, that relentless companion, had followed the undertaker ever since, like a mourner at a perpetual wake, its presence as constant and as oppressive as the London fog. It lingered in the corners of the workshop, in the spaces between the ticking of the clock and the whisper of the wind outside, a reminder of opportunities lost and words spoken in haste. In every piece of wood he shaped, every coffin he crafted, he saw the reflection of his own shortcomings, the spectre of a boy who had looked to him for guidance and found only the coldness of pride. There were moments, during the stillness of the night, when the undertaker imagined he could hear the boy's voice, a gentle whisper carried on the breeze, a reminder of the laughter and life that had once filled these rooms. The memory was bittersweet, a mingling of joy and sorrow, a testament to the boy's enduring presence within the heart of the workshop, within his own heart, a presence as enduring as the wood grain itself. And so he continued to labour, the initials upon the wood serving as a gentle reminder of the life that had touched his own, a life that had been interwoven with his own journey in ways he had only begun to comprehend. The echoes of their shared past were etched into the memory of the workshop, a tapestry of moments that spoke to the complexity of human connection, to the ways in which we shape and are shaped by those we encounter along the path of life. As the night deepened and the gas lamps cast their weary glow upon the cobbles outside, the undertaker paused in his work, his hands resting gently upon the wood, as if in silent communion with the spirit of the boy who had been. The fog whispered against the windows, a soft susurration that seemed to speak of forgiveness, of understanding, of the quiet reconciliation between past and present. In that moment, the undertaker allowed himself a rare indulgence, a smile, small and fleeting, yet filled with a warmth that spoke of healing, of the slow but certain mending of a wounded heart. And thus, as the fog continued its gentle embrace of the sleeping city, as the echoes of the past softened into the murmur of the night, the undertaker of Bishopsgate found a measure of solace, a quiet acceptance of the lessons learned and the paths yet to be trodden. For in the stillness of the workshop, amidst the shadows and the flickering gaslight, there remained the promise of tomorrow, a promise as enduring as the wood grain itself. In the quiet, shadowed corners of the undertaker's workshop, where the gaslight flickered with the gentle persistence, as if reluctant to fully banish the enveloping gloom, there stood a solitary candle, its flame a delicate, wavering beacon amidst the subdued chaos of the room. This humble source of illumination, so often overlooked in its simplicity, sputtered with a sudden, spirited defiance, as though it were a living entity catching its breath after some triumphant exertion. The flame, dancing with a capricious grace, cast a myriad of shifting shadows upon the walls, transforming every surface into a canvas of restless phantoms, and lending the room an air of quiet contemplation, as if it were a sanctuary from the world outside. The candle, in its modest yet steadfast glow, seemed to hold secrets within its flickering heart, secrets whispered in the language of light and shadow, of warmth and darkness. It was a peculiar thing, how such a small flame could evoke the feeling of communal presence, a gathering of thoughts and reflections, as if the very air were thick with the unspoken words of those who had once been, and those who were yet to come. This tiny flame, with its uncertain, wavering light, often found itself the prelude to revelation, or perhaps to visitation, as if the spirits of the departed lingered in its glow, drawn to its warmth like moths to a summer lantern. As the flame steadied, its flicker becoming a more confident dance upon its waxen pedestal. The atmosphere of the workshop shifted subtly, embracing a new-found quietude that seemed to seep into the very bones of the room. The gaslight, with its characteristic hum and pallid glow, conspired with the candle to weave a tapestry of gentle illumination, casting a soft radiance that blurred the edges of reality and dream. It was a light that spoke not of harsh truths, but of gentle revelations, of the kind that unfolded in the stillness of night, when the world held its breath in reverence of the stories yet to be told. The candle, in its humble station upon the workbench, appeared to nod in agreement with the silent musings of the Undertaker, who, in the solitude of his domain, pondered the myriad mysteries of life and death that intertwined like the grain of fine wood. The flame, with its rhythmic dance, seemed to echo the heartbeat of the room, a steady pulse that matched the quiet resolve of the man who tended to the final journeys of those entrusted to his care. It was in this gentle synchrony, this unspoken harmony between light and labour, that the Undertaker found a semblance of peace, a solace that whispered promises of continuity amidst the inevitable ebb and flow of existence. Outside, the world continued its ceaseless march, the fog creeping through the streets like a spectral tide, enveloping all in its embrace. The gas lamps lining the thoroughfares glowed with a weary endurance, their light diffused by the mist into a halo of muted gold, casting an ethereal glow upon the cobblestones below. The echoes of distant footfalls, softened by the fog's embrace, drifted through the air like the remnants of forgotten conversations, weaving a lullaby of urban solitude that cradled the city in its arms. Within the sanctum of the workshop, the candle's flame continued its dance, unwavering in its duty to illuminate the spaces between thought and action, between the tangible and the ephemeral. It was a light that invited reflection, that whispered of the past and promised the future, a beacon that guided the Undertaker through the labyrinthine passages of memory and hope. In its glow, the shadows of the room softened, the hard edges of reality blurred, and the world outside seemed a distant dream, a place of possibilities waiting beyond the veil of night. As the candle's light merged with the waning gaslight, the Undertaker's workshop became a realm of tranquillity, a place where the echoes of the past mingled with the promises of tomorrow in a symphony of stillness. The flame, resilient in its flicker, seemed to nod in understanding, a silent confidant to the man who laboured in its glow. And as the night deepened, the candle's whisper grew softer, a gentle lullaby that invited the world to rest, to dream, and to await the dawn with quiet anticipation. In the hushed recesses of the workshop, where the shadows pooled in corners, and the air hung heavy with the scent of varnish and cedar, the dim light traced the outline of a figure emerging from the depths. It was as if the very shadows had conspired to give form to an apparition, a silhouette faint and wavering, not unlike the breath that dances momentarily upon a frosted pane. This spectral presence, though subtle in its arrival, seemed to belong to the murmurings of the place, an echo of the past made corporeal, yet insubstantial, as if a memory had stepped free from the confines of the mind to mingle with the tangible world. Silas, the solitary keeper of this dim sanctuary, did not startle at this unexpected company, for his heart had long since attuned itself to the whispers of the unseen and the silent comings and goings of the night. With a slow and deliberate motion. He bowed his head, acknowledging the presence with a familiarity that bespoke not surprise, but a deep-seated expectation. "I wondered when you'd return," he murmured softly, his voice a mere thread in the vast tapestry of silence that enveloped the room. The words floated on the air, settling gently as the dust motes that danced in the periphery of the candlelight. The boy's form, though indistinct, was imbued with a certain ethereal grace, a quality of being both here and elsewhere, as if he were a creature crafted from the very essence of twilight itself. There was a youthful earnestness etched into his stance, a posture that spoke of long-forgotten adventures, and dreams spun from the gossamer threads of a child's imagination. His eyes, though shadowed by the dimness, seemed to hold within them the light of 1,000 stars, a flickering testament to the possibilities that lay beyond the world of the waking. Outside, the fog clung to the cobblestones and curled around the lampposts, casting an otherworldly glow that transformed the familiar into the fantastical. The gaslights, their flames steady against the encroaching mist, painted the streets with hues of gold and sepia, as if the city itself were a great canvas, waiting for the brush of dawn to paint it anew. Echoes of distant footsteps resonated through the narrow lanes, a rhythmic accompaniment to the silent symphony being played out within the workshop, each step a reminder of a life continuing beyond the sanctuary of Silas's domain. Within this secluded haven, time seemed to stretch and elongate, bending to the will of the evening's quietude. The gentle ticking of the clock on the mantelpiece marked the passage of these elongated moments, its hands moving with the inevitability of night yielding to day. Yet in this suspended state, the boundaries between past and present, between reality and reverie, blurred until they were almost indistinguishable, as if the fabric of time itself had softened in the warmth of the flickering flame. The boy's presence, though wordless, was a balm to Silas's weary spirit, a reminder of the constancy of certain visits, the kind that required no invitation, and announced themselves with the quiet dignity of a well-loved friend returning home. There was a shared understanding between the two, a silent agreement that transcended the need for speech, rooted in a mutual recognition of the roles they played in each other's solitary narratives. As the night deepened further, the workshop seemed to breathe in tandem with its occupants, the creak of the floorboards and the whisper of the wind through the eaves lending a life of its own to the structure. It was a place of sanctuary, where the outside world, with its demands and distractions, could be held at bay, allowing for a communion of spirits, a meeting of the seen and the unseen, the tangible and the imagined. Silas, with a gentle sigh, lifted his gaze once more to where the boy's silhouette lingered, a figure of quiet assurance in the dimness. The bond between them, though unspoken, thrummed with the vitality of shared history and mutual understanding. And as the candle's flame flickered its soft farewell to the departing night, the room held its breath, awaiting the new day with the kind of hopeful anticipation that only the quiet hours of morning can inspire. The moment lingered, suspended in time, inviting the next chapter to unfold with the grace and certainty of the dawn's first light. In that dimly lit chamber, where shadows played upon the walls with a languid grace, the air was thick with the whispers of times gone by, echoes of past conversations, unfulfilled promises, and the gentle sighs of a city at rest. The flickering flame of the single candle seemed to dance in sympathy with the muted murmurs of the ghostly visitor, whose voice was neither accusatory nor mournful, but rather imbued with the serene acceptance, as if the very essence of memory itself had taken form to converse with the living. The undertaker, seated at his modest desk, found his hands trembling ever so slightly, a testament to the weight of the ethereal presence that now shared his solitary vigil. Ah, the lessons left untaught, the spirit mused, its voice like the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze. Those small cruelties that linger in the corners of one's mind, unbidden yet unforgettable. The undertaker nodded, his eyes fixed upon the spectral figure with a mixture of awe and introspective contemplation. The room, shrouded in a delicate veil of fog that seeped through the crevices of the old window panes, seemed to hold its breath, as if the very air was reluctant to disturb the profound reflection unfolding within its confines. Craft done with care, continued the ghost, its form shimmering softly in the candlelight, is a testament to the soul's own diligence, a reflection of the heart's commitment to its own ideals. The words hung in the air, weaving themselves into the fabric of the night, creating a tapestry of thoughts and emotions that spoke more eloquently than any treatise on the human condition. The undertaker, a man accustomed to the silence of his trade, found himself pondering the deeper meaning of his own life's work, the meticulous attention to detail that had become his hallmark, and the quiet reverence with which he approached each task. The fog outside pressed gently against the window, its tendrils curling around the gaslight lamps that lined the deserted street, casting a soft glow that seemed to pulse in time with the ghost's words. In life, the spirit observed, we are bound by the choices we make, and yet it is in those choices that we find our true selves, the essence of who we are and what we aspire to become. The undertaker, his heart touched by the simplicity and truth of the statement, allowed a faint smile to play upon his lips, a gesture that spoke of gratitude and understanding, of a soul awakened to the mysteries of existence. And so, in that quiet room where time seemed to stretch and bend with the whims of the night, the conversation flowed like the river that wound its way through the heart of the city, a gentle current of thought and remembrance that carried with it the promise of renewal. The ghost, like an old friend come to call, spoke not of regrets, but of the beauty found in the imperfect journey of life, of the lessons learned, and the love shared along the way. The undertaker listened, his mind adrift on the sea of words, his spirit buoyed by the knowledge that even in the stillness of the night, there was a connection that transcended the boundaries of the temporal world. Outside, the fog continued its silent dance, wrapping the city in its embrace, a comforting presence that softened the harsh lines of reality and blurred the edges of the waking world. The lamplight flickered, casting long shadows that stretched across the cobbled streets, where the echo of footsteps could almost be imagined, a reminder of the countless souls who had walked those paths before. It was a world both familiar and strange, a place where the past and present met in a delicate balance, held together by the fragile thread of memory. As the conversation drew to a close, the ghost's form began to wane, its presence fading into the ether from whence it had come. The undertaker, his heart full of a quiet peace, watched as the figure dissolved into the mist, leaving behind the echo of its parting words, a gentle reminder of the interconnectedness of all things, of the enduring bonds that unite us despite the passage of time. The candle's flame flickered its soft farewell, a final salute to the departing spirit, and the room, once again enveloped in silence, seemed to exhale in relief, content in the knowledge that the night had yielded its secrets with grace and dignity. The Undertaker, feeling the weight of the moment lift from his shoulders, rose from his seat and moved to the window, his gaze drifting to the world beyond, where the first light of dawn began to pierce the fog shroud, and the city, awakening from its slumber, greeted the new day with a gentle promise of hope, inviting the next chapter to unfold with the quiet certainty that only the embrace of morning can bestow. As the pale fingers of dawn reached tentatively through the thinning fog, a peculiar sound began to weave its way through the quietude of the Bishopsgate streets, a sound so soft and yet so distinct that it seemed to spring from the very cobblestones themselves. The muffled rhythm of hooves, steady and deliberate, echoed like a ghostly heartbeat in the damp morning air, each footfall a whisper of things unknown and unseen. The fog, still clinging stubbornly to the narrow lanes and hidden alleys, parted reluctantly as if to make way for something of great import, something veiled in the solemn dignity of a shroud. Through the spectral haze emerged the silhouette of a funeral coach, its dark, gleaming structure a stark contrast to the grey mist that enveloped it. The horses, black as night and with coats that shimmered like polished ebony, moved with a grace that belied their earthly burdens, their hooves leaving no trace upon the wet, unyielding ground. This spectral procession, though mournful in its passage, carried with it an air of tranquil inevitability, as if the very universe had conspired to grant it free passage through the waking city, untouched by the mundane concerns of the world. The coach, its lacquered surface glinting under the dim gaslights that lined the streets, seemed to glide rather than roll, an apparition from another realm that had deigned to grace the cobbled thoroughfares with its presence. The windows, draped in heavy velvet, revealed nothing of the secrets they held within, yet spoke volumes in their silence, whispering tales of lives lived and lost, of journeys ended and begun anew. As the coach progressed with measured solemnity, its presence stirred the very air, leaving behind a wake of echoing reverberations that lingered like a melancholy refrain in the ears of the few early risers who dared to venture from their hearths. Upon reaching the appointed destination, the coach came to a gentle halt, as if obeying some silent command issued from the depths of the fog itself. There it stood, poised at the threshold of a grand yet unassuming edifice, its presence a silent sentinel against the encroaching day. The horses, now motionless, seemed to meld with the shadows, their stillness a testament to the gravity of their task. No sound disturbed the reverent quiet, save for the faint rustle of leaves stirred by a capricious breeze that danced along the eaves, playing a delicate symphony in the otherwise hushed tableau. As the coach awaited the next act of this solemn play, the fog, ever the silent companion, began to lift its gossamer veil, revealing the world in fragments, like a memory, slowly returning to the mind. The city, now fully awakened, began to stir with the gentle hum of morning, the soft murmur of voices filtering through the air as the denizens of Bishopsgate emerged from their abodes, each drawn by the curious allure of the scene before them. Yet, even as life resumed its ceaseless rhythm, the presence of the coach remained an immutable focal point, a reminder of the inexorable march of time and the stories woven into its fabric in this quiet interlude, where the past and present converged in harmonious accord. The world seemed to pause, caught between the fading echoes of the night and the burgeoning light of day. And as the fog continued its gradual retreat, unveiling the city in all its intricate splendour, the promise of a new beginning lay softly upon the horizon, inviting the next chapter to unfold with graceful anticipation in the heart of London's labyrinthine streets, where cobblestones echoed with the soft patter of footsteps, and the whispers of yesteryears seemed to cling to every shadowed corner. There emerged a peculiar procession that defied the common conventions of mourning. It was an assemblage of silence, a cortege devoid of human lamentation or the customary trappings of grief, save for the spectral carriage which, like a phantasmal vessel, drifted through the mist-laden thoroughfares. The air was pregnant with the scent of damp earth and the faint, acrid tang of coal smoke, mingling with the ever-present fog that rolled languidly from the river, wrapping the city in its ethereal embrace as if to shield it from the prying eyes of day. Gas lamps, their light diffused into a soft and tremulous glow, stood vigil along the streets, casting elongated shadows that danced upon the facades of buildings, where the ornate carvings of stone seemed to shiver with life. The sound of the carriage, its wheels grating gently against the cobbles, was the only herald of its approach, a muted symphony that resonated with the quiet solemnity of the scene. Yet, no driver held the reins, no pallbearers flanked its sides. It moved with a will of its own, an enigma wrapped in velvet and wood, shrouded in the anonymity of night. Silas, a humble figure in this unfolding tableau, felt a curious compulsion to follow the silent procession, as if the very air whispered an invitation only he could hear. His hand, steady yet tentative, clutched a candle whose flame flickered bravely against the encroaching darkness, its light a small defiance against the encircling fog. He stepped forward, his feet finding surety upon the slick stones, guided by an unseen hand, or perhaps by the gentle persuasion of destiny itself, which seemed to weave its threads around him with every soft footfall. As he moved, the world around him seemed to recede into a tranquil hush, the clamour of the city dimming to a distant murmur, as though the very fabric of time had thinned, allowing the past and present to meld into one harmonious tapestry. The fog, in its capricious dance, swirled around his ankles, whispering secrets in a language lost to modern ears, a lullaby of forgotten days and untold stories. The gaslights, their glow refracted through the mist, painted the scene in hues of sepia and gold, a fitting backdrop for this spectral journey. The carriage door, with a slow and deliberate creak, opened as if by unseen hands, its interior a shadowy recess that beckoned with quiet insistence. Silas paused, the candle's flame dancing in the draught, casting fleeting shadows upon his face, a face etched with lines of contemplation and quiet resolve. The city, in all its bustling enormity, seemed to hold its breath, as if awaiting the outcome of this clandestine encounter. the fog curling around like a watchful guardian, patient and eternal. In this moment, suspended between night and day, between the known and the mysterious, Silas felt a kinship with the city itself, its streets and alleys mirroring the labyrinth of his own thoughts and dreams. The echoes of the past, which had once seemed so distant, now resonated with a clarity that only the quiet of dawn could reveal. And as the carriage awaited, its presence a gentle reminder of a life's impermanence, he felt the stirrings of a journey not yet begun, an invitation to step beyond the threshold of the familiar into the embrace of the unknown. Thus, with the candle held aloft, its light a beacon in the mist, Silas took another step, drawn onward by the silent summons of the carriage and the promise of the path that lay ahead. The fog, ever present, seemed to part before him, creating a corridor of possibility, each step echoing with the rhythm of the eternal city, the heartbeat of London itself, alive with the whispers of countless souls who had walked these same streets, each in search of their own passage through the tapestry of life. As the procession moved on, the city began to stir, its slumberous heart awakening to the soft light of dawn, the fog retreating like a theatre curtain drawn back to reveal the stage of a new day. The gas lamps flickered, their duty nearly done, while the gentle hum of life resumed its course, weaving the morning's tapestry with threads of hope and renewal. And so, as Silas followed this procession without mourners, the promise of what lay beyond beckoned softly, inviting the next chapter of his journey to unfold in the gentle light of the emerging day. The churchyard of St. Botolph's, shrouded in an ethereal mist that seemed to rise from the very earth itself, presented a scene at once solemn and serene. The noble edifice of the church loomed ghost-white through the haze, its spire a spectral finger pointing heavenward, as if beseeching the clouds to part and reveal the celestial wonders concealed above. Around this venerable structure, the fog swirled and eddied, a silent sea lapping at the ankles of the ancient stones, while the gaslights, dim and distant, cast an amber glow that struggled to pierce the murk. Within this hallowed ground, where the whisper of the past lingered in the very air, a single grave lay open, its dark maw a silent testament to the labours that had transpired in the dead of night. The spade, its handle worn smooth by the toil of countless hands, stood implanted in the freshly turned soil, a sentinel marking the spot where the earth had yielded its secrets to the Undertaker's art. The tombstone, weathered by the passage of time yet resolute in its duty, bore a name known to those who had crossed the threshold of Bishopsgate with reverence and apprehension alike. The fog, that ever-present companion to the city, wrapped its tendrils around the stone angels and crosses that adorned the resting places of the departed, its touch gentle yet insistent, as if striving to veil the mysteries of life and death beneath its gossamer shroud. Echoes of a life once lived seemed to resonate from the very ground, mingling with the muffled tolling of a distant bell, whose sound drifted through the air like a hymn of melancholy remembrance. The yard, with its patchwork of moss-covered stones and creeping ivy, appeared as a tapestry woven from the threads of memory and oblivion, each plot a story half told, each marker a chapter concluded. Here, amidst the silence, a sense of timelessness prevailed, as if the world beyond had ceased to exist, leaving only this sanctuary of stillness where the living and the dead could meet in quiet communion. In the gentle embrace of the fog, the Undertaker's tools, left momentarily unattended, seemed to whisper of their purpose, their presence a reminder of the ceaseless cycle of departure and arrival, of endings that were, but beginnings in disguise. The air, heavy with a scent of damp earth and the faintest trace of night-blooming flowers, was imbued with a solemn grace, inviting reflection upon the fleeting nature of existence. As the first tentative rays of dawn began to filter through the mist, painting the churchyard in hues of silver and grey, the world seemed to hold its breath in anticipation of the day to come. The fog, reluctant to release its hold upon the land, clung to the shadows, retreating slowly before the advance of the morning light, yet leaving behind a promise of its return with the setting sun. And so, as the churchyard lay bathed in the quietude of the early hour, the open grave stood as a silent testament to the passage of time, its presence a gentle reminder of the ever-turning wheel of life and death. The spade, poised in the earth, awaited the hands that would complete its task, while the tombstone, steadfast and enduring, bore witness to the stories etched into the fabric of the past. In this place of reflection, where the echoes of footsteps long silenced seemed to linger on the air, the spirit of the city lay entwined with the memories of those who had walked its streets, their lives a part of the tapestry that unfolded with each passing day. The churchyard of St. Botolph's, with its quiet dignity and serene grace, offered a moment of repose in the relentless march of time, a place where the living could pause and ponder the mysteries that lay beyond the veil. With the dawn's light now casting gentle shadows upon the ground, the scene, though unchanged, seemed to breathe anew, infused with the promise of the day to come. As the world awakened around this tranquil haven, the quietude of the churchyard invited the next chapter to unfold, a continuation of the journey that had brought Silas to this place of reflection and renewal. The hour was yet tender, the sun's nascent glow weaving a delicate tapestry upon the stones of the churchyard, where moss and lichen had taken residence as silent, patient witnesses to the passage of time. A gentle mist lingered in the air, the remnants of the night's embrace, softly shrouding the earth in a veil of whispered secrets and forgotten tales. Silas, a solitary figure amidst the gravestones, knelt before the final resting place of one who had once been the very compass of his existence, and who now lay beneath the earth in eternal repose. His posture was one of reverence, yet his heart was a tumultuous sea of emotions, each wave a recollection of past deeds and missteps, swelling and subsiding in the quietude of the morning. The gravestones bore inscriptions of varying legibility, some worn by the relentless march of years, others still sharp and clear, each a testament to lives lived and stories told. The air was filled with the faint, sweet scent of roses, their blooms nodding gently in the breeze as if acknowledging the solemnity of the moment. The church itself, an ancient sentinel, stood with its spire reaching toward the heavens, its stone walls imbued with the echoes of countless prayers and whispered confessions. Shadows danced upon these walls, animated by the flickering light of the gas lamps which, though dimming in the growing daylight, continued to offer their steadfast illumination. As Silas knelt, the weight of his own mortality pressed upon him, a reminder that life, fleeting and fragile, is but a series of moments strung together like pearls on a necklace, each one precious and irreplaceable. He spoke softly, his voice a mere murmur carried upon the breeze, confessing to the darkness that lay within and around him. His words were not those of a man seeking pardon, but rather of one yearning for comprehension, a desire to unravel the tangled threads of pride, neglect, and fear that had woven themselves into the tapestry of his life. Pride, he whispered, the word hanging in the air like a spectre, has been my constant companion, a shadow that follows yet never leads, a whisper in the ear that drowns out the cries of humility. The earth seemed to listen, absorbing his confession with the patience of a confessor who knows that absolution is not his to give, but understanding is. The fog, a steadfast presence, curled around the gravestones, wrapping them in an embrace that was both comforting and melancholic, as though it too sought to offer solace to the penitent soul. In the distance, the river moved with a languid grace, its waters a mirror to the sky above, reflecting the soft hues of dawn as it wound its way through the city. The gentle lapping of the water against its banks was a lullaby, a measured rhythm that whispered of continuity and change, of journeys embarked upon and destinations reached. The sound mingled with the echoing footsteps of early risers, their silhouettes passing like phantoms through the streets, each one a story untold, a life unfolding amidst the fog and gaslight. Silas continued, his voice steady yet tinged with the weight of introspection. Neglect, he admitted, has been my folly, for in my pursuit of dreams, I have often turned a blind eye to the needs of those who stood beside me, their voices drowned by the clamour of ambition. The church bells tolled gently, a sonorous reminder of the passage of time, each chime a marker of moments slipping away like sand through an hourglass, irrevocable and eternal. Fear, he confessed lastly, has been the chain that binds me, the spectre that haunts my every step, whispering of failure and loss, of dreams unfulfilled and paths untrodden. The trees, their branches swaying in the morning breeze, seemed to nod in agreement, their leaves rustling softly in a chorus of empathy and understanding. As his words faded into the stillness, Silas remained kneeling, the earth beneath him a solid, unwavering presence, a reminder of the constancy of nature amidst the ebbs and flows of human existence. The fog began to lift, its tendrils retreating into the shadows, leaving behind a clarity that was both physical and metaphorical, a promise of renewal and possibility. The morning light, now stronger, cast a warm glow upon the scene, inviting a sense of hope and reflection. In this moment of quiet communion with the past, Silas found not the absolution he had long ceased to seek, but an understanding that was perhaps more precious, a recognition of the complexities of the human heart and the intricate dance of light and shadow that defines a life. The world around him, with its symphony of sights and sounds, was a testament to the enduring beauty of the present, a canvas upon which new stories could be written. And so, as Silas rose from his knees, the churchyard remained a place of reflection and renewal, an ever-present reminder that each dawn brings with it the promise of a new beginning, a chapter yet to be written in the story of life, in the hushed, ethereal quietude of the churchyard, where the shadows of the evening stretched long and slender across the cobblestones. A hand laid itself gently upon the shoulder of young Silas. It was not the hand of the corporeal world, bound by flesh and bone, but rather a spectral touch, light as a whisper, and tender as the memory of a forgotten lullaby. This translucent hand, with fingers that seemed to blend seamlessly into the very air around them, carried with it a presence both solemn and serene, as if it were a messenger from the very heart of the night. The atmosphere was thick with a benevolent fog, unfurling like a soft, silken shroud, weaving its way through the ancient gravestones, and curling around the iron railings that lined the path. The gaslights, with their steady, unwavering glow, cast a warm, golden halo upon the mist, creating a scene at once mysterious and comforting, as if the very elements of the night conspired to cradle the young boy in a gentle embrace. The echoes of distant footsteps, mingling with the soft susurration of the river, played a muted symphony, a lullaby composed by the city itself, resonating within the cobbled heart of Bishopsgate. Forgiveness, that elusive balm for the soul, often arrives not as a sudden release, but as a quiet recognition, a moment when the heart acknowledges the shared imperfections of humanity. In this moment, Silas understood that the spirit, with its hand upon his shoulder, sought neither to admonish nor absolve, but merely to remind him of the interconnectedness of all beings, bound together by the invisible threads of compassion and understanding. The boy stood still, the weight of the world momentarily lifted, his heart buoyed by the gentle reminder that he was not alone in his journey through the tumultuous seas of life. The night deepened, as nights are wont to do, drawing its velvet curtain across the sky, studded with stars that twinkled like distant lanterns guiding weary travellers home. The river, a ribbon of silver beneath the moon's watchful gaze, whispered its eternal secrets to the stones at its banks, a ceaseless dialogue that had persisted through the ages. The bells, those stalwart sentinels of the city's rhythm, tolled their sonorous notes, each chime a testament to the passage of time, marking the hours with a solemn grace that resonated in the very marrow of the night. And so the boy stood, enwrapped in the gentle embrace of the fog, the hand upon his shoulder a silent companion, the echoes of the city a measured balm to his restless spirit. The gaslights flickered softly, casting their warm glow upon the cobblestones, weaving a tapestry of light and shadow that danced upon the walls of the churchyard, a chiaroscuro of dreams and reality. The footsteps, fading into the distance, left behind a silence that was profound in its tranquillity, a pause in the bustling symphony of the city, a moment suspended in time. As the night wore on, the fog thickened, its tendrils reaching out to enfold the world in its gentle embrace, softening the edges of reality, blurring the lines between the seen and the unseen. The river, ever constant in its flow, murmured its ancient lullabies to the stones, a melody of continuity and change, a reminder that life, with all its trials and tribulations, was but a part of a grander narrative, written by the hand of time itself, The echoes of the bells, reverberating through the fog, carried with them the promise of a new dawn, a new beginning, a new chapter in the unfolding story of existence. And so, with the hand still resting gently upon his shoulder, Silas felt a quiet resolve settle within him, a determination to face the coming day with courage and compassion. The presence of the Spirit, though unseen, was felt keenly, a testament to the power of forgiveness and understanding, a reminder that in the vast tapestry of life, each thread, each story, each soul was interconnected, woven together in a delicate dance of light and shadow, hope and despair, love and loss. The bells of St. Botolph's, with their ancient and weathered tones, began to toll the hour of midnight, each resonant chime reverberating through the dense embrace of the London fog, as if the very air was a living entity responding to the touch of sound. The fog, that ubiquitous companion to the city, lay thick and stubborn, yet each toll seemed to pierce its shrouded depths, drawing it thinner, moment by moment, as though the sound itself were a divine force, capable of parting the obscurity that enveloped the sleeping streets. The gaslights, standing sentinel along the cobbled pathways, cast their weary glow, their flickering light struggling valiantly against the relentless mist. These lights, with their steadfast yet flickering presence, seemed to nod in time with the bells, acknowledging their kinship in the night. The echoes of the chimes danced upon the river's surface, where the water flowed unseen, its gentle murmur a constant companion, whispering secrets to the night as it meandered past the silent wharves and shadowed bridges. In this moment, the city seemed to hold its breath, suspended in a quiet reverie, as if the very buildings, with their stooped shoulders and soot-streaked faces, paused to listen to the music of time marking its passage. The echoes of the bells reached into the alleys and courtyards, where the fog curled and clung, a soft veil that muffled footfalls and muted voices, creating a world removed from the haste and clamour of daylight. The rhythm of the bells, steady and sure, was a balm to the restless soul, a reminder of constancy in a world ever shifting, where fortunes rose and fell like the tide. As the 12th chime faded into the ether, the fog seemed to sigh, yielding reluctantly to the night, allowing a glimpse of the stars above, faint and distant, like forgotten dreams waiting to be recalled. Those who found themselves abroad at this late hour, whether by necessity or choice, moved with a certain deliberation, their figures half-formed apparitions in the mist, their footsteps echoing softly against the cobbles. A solitary figure paused beneath a street lamp, the light catching the glint of a watch chain, a momentary gleam in the gloom, before vanishing into the folds of a coat. The air, damp and cool, carried the scent of the river, mingled with the earthy aroma of the city's ancient stones, a perfume unique to this place and time. In the distance, the soft clatter of a carriage could be heard, its wheels grumbling over the uneven streets, the sound weaving itself into the fabric of the night, a gentle counterpoint to the fading memory of the bells. As the hour deepened, the city settled into its nocturnal rhythm, the heartbeat of London slowing to a gentle pulse, each breath a promise of renewal and repose. The fog, now thinned and ethereal, drifted lazily across the river, its tendrils reaching out to caress the sleeping city, a tender embrace that held within it the promise of dawn and the hope of a new day. Thus, in this quiet hour, the city and its inhabitants found a moment of peace, an interlude in which the cares and burdens of the world were set aside, if only for a time. The bells of St. Botolph's had spoken, their message one of continuity and grace, a reminder that in the great symphony of existence, each note, each chime, played its part in the grand design. As if drawn by some unseen hand, the fog began to coil itself more tightly about the streets of Bishopsgate, its grey tendrils weaving a tapestry that obscured the familiar outlines of the world. The lamps, those steadfast sentinels of the night, stood resolute against the encroaching mist, their glow rendered soft and diffuse, casting halos of light that seemed to hover like ethereal spectres above the cobblestones. The echoes of footsteps, once sharp and distinct, now merged into a gentle murmur, as though the city itself were whispering secrets to the enveloping haze. The Undertaker, having paused to listen to the fading peal of the church bells, lifted his gaze from the cobbled path where it had lingered, entranced by the rhythmic pattern of his own footsteps. To his mild astonishment, the carriage that had but recently been his companion in this nocturnal journey had vanished, as if spirited away by the very fog that now curled around him like an affectionate but overzealous cat. Where once the wheels had pressed their mark into the pliant earth, there now remained naught but the damp imprint of his solitary passage, a testament to his transient presence in this world of shadows and phantoms. The city, in its infinite wisdom, seemed to conspire with the fog, concealing the mundane and the material beneath a veil of otherworldly quietude. The gaslights, with their flickering flames, fought valiantly against the encroaching gloom, yet their efforts served only to deepen the mystery, transforming the street into a twilight realm of softened edges and muted tones. The buildings, those stalwart witnesses to countless tales of human endeavour, receded into anonymity, their stone faces rendered indistinct by the amorphous shroud that had descended. As he walked, the Undertaker became acutely aware of the subtle symphony that played out around him, a chorus of muted sounds that spoke of life continuing unabated in the embrace of the night. The distant rumble of a cart, the soft clatter of a horse's hooves on cobblestone, the gentle rustle of leaves stirred by a wayward breeze, all combined to create a melody as measured as it was melancholic. It was as though the city, in its slumber, had allowed its innermost music to emerge, a lullaby for the weary soul. The river, that ancient and ever-moving artery, whispered its own secrets as it flowed unseen beneath the pall of mist. It carried with it the echoes of distant lands and forgotten times, its surface aglow with the faint glimmer of reflected light. There, at the river's edge, the fog took on a life of its own, swirling and eddying in playful defiance of the current, its movements reminiscent of some spectral dance performed for the benefit of unseen eyes. In the absence of the carriage, the path upon which the Undertaker trod seemed to lengthen, stretching out before him like a ribbon of possibility. Each step was a quiet affirmation, a reminder of the small but significant role he played in the grand tapestry of existence. The fog, with its gentle embrace, invited reflection and introspection, its very presence a catalyst for contemplation of the mysteries that lay both within and beyond. Thus, the Undertaker continued his journey through the veiled streets of Bishopsgate, accompanied by the soft susurration of his own footsteps and the distant, harmonious tolling of the bells. In this moment, suspended between the tangible and the ethereal, he found solace in the knowledge that he was part of something greater, a participant in the eternal dance of life and death, light and shadow. And so, in the heart of the city, where time seemed to hold its breath, and the world lay shrouded in the comforting embrace of night, the Undertaker's path remained clear, marked by nothing more than the gentle imprint of his passing. The fog, ever present and yet ephemeral, whispered its secrets as it wove its way through the streets, a reminder of the beauty to be found in the quiet moments between the beats of the city's restless heart. The room, ensconced in the hushed embrace of the night, was a sanctuary of quietude, where time seemed to stretch and yawn, unfurling like a slow, deliberate ribbon across the dim-lit hours. The gentle glow of the solitary candle cast elongated shadows that danced upon the fading wallpaper, their ephemeral forms a ballet of darkness and light that played out in silence. The faint murmur of the distant city, softened by the thickness of the walls, crept in like a lullaby only half remembered, whispering secrets of a world beyond, where lamplights flickered in the fog-laden streets, and the distant toll of a church bell marked the passage of time with a melancholic grace. Within this cocoon of stillness, the Undertaker sat at his modest desk, the wood worn to a satiny sheen by the passage of countless hands and the weight of innumerable thoughts. Before him lay the ledger, that steadfast companion of his professional life, its pages filled with the solemn procession of names, each inscribed with care and gravity, each a testament to lives once vibrant, now reduced to ink and parchment. The ledger was a book of stories untold, of lives woven into the fabric of this earthly realm, and then unspooled, leaving only the barest threads behind. He opened it gently, the pages rustling softly, like the sigh of a long-forgotten breeze stirring through autumn leaves. His eyes, accustomed to the dimness, traced the familiar rows of names, each a link in the unending chain of human experience, stretching back into the annals of time and forward into the unknown. Here were the tales of merchants and maidens, paupers and preachers, all equalized in death's impartial embrace. The ink, faded with time, bore witness to the passage of countless souls who once walked the cobbled streets of Bishopsgate, their footsteps echoing now only in the memories of those they left behind. With deliberate care, he took up his pen, its nib poised above the blank space beneath the last name, a space reserved for his own reflection, his own story. The ink flowed smoothly, pooling slightly upon the page, and as it settled, it seemed to seal a covenant, binding him to this ledger of lives, this testament of humanity's ceaseless journey. His hand, steady and assured, moved with a quiet resolve, as if the act of inscribing his name was a rite of passage, a solemn acknowledgement of his place within this great tapestry of existence. The ink, drying quickly, left behind a lustrous sheen, a shimmering reminder of the permanence of this moment, as if the very essence of his being had been captured and preserved for posterity. He regarded his name, now nestled among the others, and felt a curious sense of peace, a recognition that he too was a part of this endless cycle, this dance of life and death that played out with unerring regularity. The candle's flame flickered slightly, casting a warm glow over the page, and he leaned back in his chair, contemplating the simple beauty of the act he had just completed. Outside, the fog continued its slow, deliberate march through the streets, wrapping the city in its soft embrace, blurring the edges of reality and dream. The gaslights, with their steady, unwavering glow, stood sentinel against the encroaching darkness, their light a beacon in the mist, guiding the weary traveller homeward, and the river, that eternal witness to the city's ceaseless ebb and flow, murmured softly in the distance, its gentle ripples a measured accompaniment to the night's quiet symphony. As the undertaker closed the ledger, the finality of the act settled upon him with a gentle weight, like the reassuring touch of a comforting hand. The book, now closed, seemed to breathe a sigh, as if content with the stories it contained, ready to rest until the next name would grace its pages. The room, with its play of shadows and light, seemed to exhale, the atmosphere rich with the scent of wax and the faint aroma of aged paper, a perfume of antiquity that spoke of time's unrelenting passage. And so, as the night deepened, and the quietude of the hour enveloped all in its gentle embrace, the ledger lay, quietly upon the desk, a guardian of stories, a keeper of names. The candle's flame, now grown weary, flickered once more, its light a soft beacon in the gathering gloom, as the undertaker rose and turned away, leaving behind the chronicles of the past to await the dawning of a new day, a new chapter in the unending story of life. In the quietude of the dimly lit workshop, where shadows played tenderly upon the walls, the undertaker found solace beside the finished coffin, an object of solemn craftsmanship and silent dignity. He seated himself in the well-worn chair, its creaking joints a familiar symphony of comfort and routine, and gently folded his hands upon his lap, allowing a sigh to escape his lips. Not a sigh of despair, but rather one of profound relief, as if the weight of a burdensome day had been lifted by unseen hands. The air in the room, though cool with the encroaching evening, seemed imbued with a newfound brightness, an inexplicable clarity, though no additional candle had been kindled to chase away the shadows that lingered in the corners. Outside, the fog, ever a constant companion to the city, wrapped itself around the narrow streets, weaving its way between the cobblestones and the feet of passers-by, who moved with a muted urgency, their footsteps echoing softly in the quietude. The gaslights, perched upon their iron posts like sentinels of the night, cast their warm glow upon the pavement, illuminating the path for those who ventured forth into the evening's embrace. Yet here, within the confines of the workshop, there was a sense of tranquillity, a respite from the bustling world beyond the wooden door, a place where time seemed to slow, and the heart could find its quiet rhythm once more. The undertaker's gaze fell upon the coffin, its polished surface gleaming in the dim light, a testament to his meticulous care and the quiet reverence with which he approached his trade. It was an object of solemn beauty, crafted with a respect for both the living and the departed, a vessel for the final journey, and yet, in its presence, there was a comforting assurance, a reminder of the natural order of things, of the cycle of life and death that every soul must traverse. Here, in the shadows of the workshop, he found a peculiar peace, a contentment that settled over him like the softest of blankets, comforting in its simplicity. In the profound silence that enveloped him, the undertaker could almost hear the gentle whisper of the river, its waters flowing steadily, unperturbed by the passage of time or the affairs of men. The river, with its ceaseless journey, spoke of continuity and change, of the eternal dance between beginnings and endings, a rhythm that echoed the heartbeat of the city itself. And as he sat there, the soft ticking of the clock upon the mantelpiece joined the symphony of the night, marking the passage of moments, each one a stepping stone into the future, a future that held its mysteries and promises, yet to be unfolded. As the minutes slipped by, the undertaker's thoughts drifted like the fog beyond his window, meandering through memories and musings, touching upon the faces of those whose stories he had become a part of, however briefly. Each name in the ledger, each life now stilled, was a thread in the tapestry of the community, a testament to the interconnectedness of all who dwelled within the city's embrace. There was a gentle dignity in this acknowledgement, a humility that came with the understanding of his role as both a witness and a participant in the grand narrative of life. The candle's flame, now steady and resolute, cast its warm glow upon the undertaker's weathered face, illuminating the lines etched by time and experience, the silent chronicles of a life lived in service to others. It was a light that seemed to chase away the shadows of doubt and uncertainty, leaving in their wake a resolute calm, an acceptance of the world as it was, with all its beauty and its sorrows. And as the flame flickered gently, casting dancing shadows upon the walls, the undertaker felt himself enveloped in a profound stillness, a quietude that invited reflection and rest. In the distance, the faint chime of a church bell resonated through the fog, its echo a serene reminder of the constancy of faith and the enduring nature of hope. It was a sound that carried with it the promise of new beginnings, of fresh chapters waiting to be written in the book of life. And as the final notes faded into the night, the undertaker rose once more, his heart lightened by the quiet moments of contemplation and the gentle assurance that all was as it should be. He cast a final, lingering glance at the coffin, a silent farewell, before turning towards the door, ready to embrace the night and the promise of a new day yet to come. As the first tender tendrils of dawn began to weave their delicate lace across the horizon, the world of Bishopsgate awoke with a quiet, almost reverential grace. The morning light, shy yet persistent, seeped through the frosted glass of the undertaker's window, casting an ethereal glow that danced upon the motes of dust suspended in the air. This light, so gentle and pale, mingled languidly with the remnants of the night's fog, which clung to the streets with the tenacity that spoke of secrets half-whispered and dreams half-remembered. There was a certain magic in this blending of fog and sunlight, as if the very boundary between the waking world and the world of shadows had been blurred, allowing the two to coexist in a rare and splendid harmony. The fog, ever a faithful companion to the streets of London, lingered in the crevices and corners, wrapping itself around the gas lamps with the lover's embrace, softening their harsh glow into a halo of muted luminescence. The lamps, standing sentinel as they had through the long hours of darkness, now seemed to bow to the supremacy of the coming day, their light paling in comparison to the burgeoning dawn. Yet, in the interplay of these elements, there was gentle persistence, a reminder that even in the heart of a bustling city, moments of quiet beauty could emerge, unbidden and unexpected. In the distance, the River Thames moved with a ponderous grace, its surface a mirror to the sky above, reflecting both the fog's ghostly tendrils and the first blush of morning. The river's murmurings were a lullaby to the city, a constant and measured presence that underscored the rhythm of life. It was as though the river itself held the memories of countless dawns, each one unique yet part of an eternal cycle, whispering to those who would listen of the passage of time and the constancy of change. Amidst this tableau, the echo of footsteps upon cobblestones reached the ears of the early risers. These footsteps, varied in their cadence and purpose, told stories of their own. Some were brisk and determined, the stride of a clerk making his way to the counting-house. Others were slow and contemplative, belonging perhaps to an artist seeking inspiration in the play of light and shadow. Each step, whether purposeful or ponderous, added to the symphony of the waking city, a reminder of the myriad lives that intersected and diverged within its confines. The Undertaker, having emerged from his nocturnal vigil, now stood in quiet contemplation, his eyes tracing the patterns of light and shadow that played upon the walls of his modest abode. There was a sense of tranquillity in his stance, an acceptance of the day's dawning, and all that it might bring. He was a man accustomed to the cyclical nature of life and death, and in this moment he found solace in the simple beauty of the morning. As the light continued to grow, the fog began to retreat, its presence diminishing, but never entirely absent, always lurking at the edges of perception. The world outside the window pane was transformed, the familiar rendered strange, and wondrous by the interplay of light and mist. And in this transformation there lay a reminder of the impermanence of all things, an invitation to pause and reflect, to appreciate the fleeting moments of beauty that punctuate the passage of time. The bells of a nearby church chimed softly, their notes drifting through the fog-laden air, a gentle call to the faithful and a marker of the new day's beginning. These chimes, resonant and clear, seemed to echo the very heartbeat of the city, a reminder that life continued unabated in all its myriad forms and expressions. The Undertaker listened, his heart attuned to the rhythm of the bells, their sound a balm to his soul. Thus, as the morning unfolded, the world of Bishopsgate stirred to life, caught in the delicate balance between light and shadow, between the known and the unknown, the fog, the river, the lamplight. All these elements came together to create a tapestry of quiet wonder, a scene that invited reflection and introspection. And so, with the promise of the day unfolding before him, the Undertaker turned from the window, his mind attuned to the subtle beauty of the world around him. The fog, the footsteps, the river's murmur, these were the constants that accompanied him, guiding him gently into the promise of what was yet to come. The evening, in its quietude, had settled over Bishopsgate with a serene insistence, as if whispering to all its inhabitants that the day's labours were now drawing to a close. The fog, that ever-present companion of the London streets, had thickened into a tangible entity, wrapping itself around the cobblestones and gas lamps with a soft, smothering embrace. It was a fog that seemed to possess a life of its own, creeping silently into every crevice and corner, muffling the sounds of the city into a gentle, echoing murmur. Amidst this shrouded landscape, an unassuming figure made his way along the narrow street, his footsteps echoing faintly off the brick facades that flanked him. This solitary passer-by, a neighbour well acquainted with the peculiarities of Bishopsgate, found himself pausing before the modest establishment of Silas, the undertaker. The door, usually closed against the chill and the prying eyes of the world, stood ajar, allowing a narrow shaft of light to spill timidly onto the pavement. With a sense of curiosity, mingled with a touch of concern, the neighbour ventured to peer within, his eyes adjusting to the dim glow emanating from a single, steadfast candle that held vigil in the small, dimly lit room. The scene that greeted him was one of unexpected tranquillity, a tableau that spoke silently of repose and reflection. Silas himself was there, seated in a well-worn chair, his head gently inclined as if in deep meditation, or perhaps in the embrace of a quiet slumber. There were a faint smile upon his face, a subtle curve of the lips that suggested an inner peace, a contentment that belied the sombre nature of his profession. Beside him, on a small table, lay a closed ledger, the pages within whispering of accounts settled and duties fulfilled. The candle, its flame unwavering in the still air, cast a warm glow upon the scene, bathing it in a light that seemed to hold the very essence of serenity. In that moment, as the neighbour stood silently in the doorway, the room seemed to breathe with a gentle vitality, as if it too were part of the slumbering city, lulled into peace by the harmonious interplay of shadow and light. The fog outside pressed gently against the window panes, a silent observer to the tableau within, while the distant murmur of the river provided a measured accompaniment, a reminder of the eternal rhythms that governed the world beyond. And so it was that the keeper of the dead, the custodian of final farewells, found his own moment of respite, a brief interlude of calm amidst the ceaseless ebb and flow of life and death that marked his days. The neighbour, sensing the sanctity of the scene, withdrew quietly, allowing the door to close softly behind him, leaving Silas to his repose, watched over by the gentle glow of the candle and the quiet murmur of the night. Thus, the night continued its silent vigil over Bishopsgate, the fog weaving its way through the city like a ghostly tapestry, the gaslights flickering like sentinels in the gloom. The echoing footsteps of those few who still ventured abroad were swallowed by the mist, their presence hinted at rather than seen, as the city settled into its nocturnal rhythm, a symphony of shadow and silence. In the heart of this quiet world, Silas remained undisturbed, a gentle smile upon his lips as he dreamed, perhaps, of brighter days, of a light that shone softly upon even the most shadowed paths. And thus, in the stillness of the night, even the keeper of the dead found his own light at last, a beacon of peace in a world often shrouded in darkness.